Okay, so never mind. Where we left off was I was trying to get into Koyomi's route as usual, and I failed as usual. And ended up sucked into what appears to be Minamo's route. However, it's a bit strange because the playthrough I was working off of was one I never intended to be used to go into Minamo's route with, and this scene didn't even represented by this CG. Um, yes, I do have my translator up there. Probably doesn't matter. Didn't even happen. Um, Based off of how I did the save files and stuff. I of course have the CG because when I went for Kaoru's route, I did that scene. Or I did the first playthrough, which I decided to do Kaoru midway through. I did that scene. So, although I am in Minamo's route, at least one scene that you would do with Minamo during the trunk, I didn't do. I say at least one because there's probably more. Considering that these CGs are next in order and they are missing. Also, this scene actually happens chronologically before this scene, the way I'm playing it, except that this scene appears first in the CG order, which suggests that there is a way to play this where that does occur first and this occurs second, or that occurs first and this doesn't happen at all, and this is actually, the parfait scene is actually a catch scene that's used to catch you into Minamo's route if you were to fall through. Like, make Minamo a default of some sort. If you just even met her, right? You can end up in her route if you don't qualify for any of the other routes. So, it might be hard to figure out how to get it if you were to get into Minamo's route more goal-orientedly. To start off with. Maybe, I don't know. I'm just speculating. I'm just guessing things. We'll see if we get these two. These two might be lost to this playthrough. I'm just going to continue into Minamo's route because that's the route I'm in. I'm not going to suddenly abort and go some other way. But that definitely was not the goal. And we'll see how playing through Minamo's route works if you seemingly have not met the required prerequisites. That being said, based on a choice I were to make, whether or not to actually do this event or not, this Fallen Leaf party, it seems like it's one of those things where it's a choice-by-choice basis, where each choice is get it right, keep going, get it wrong, get a bad ending. It's not as point-based, so maybe you're not going to be railroaded into a bad ending and can get Minamo, all of Minamo's branch stuff, non-trunk stuff anyway. And then we'll have to do it ever again, and then on some later playthrough, do the early Minamo scenes to fill the square. But I don't know why I can't get into this route. I mean, it was so much better fit. I thought I did everything perfectly to get to Koyomi's route. Apparently not. Maybe I have to do more stuff with Shion or something. I don't know. Okay. Let's continue where I left off. Which is the scene with Yue where you get a portrait of where Minamo leaves behind at Tomoya's doorstep a portrait of Tomoya. And you've got a picture of me without you. Okay. I felt like something was off because of that part of her.
頑張ったね、みなもちゃん。
So that last line was him trying to rationalize Yue's sort of subtle behavior, but maybe isn't so successful. Minamo-chan did her best. Ah.
人事みたいだな、この一世一代の傑作を。
Seems like someone else's problem. This once in a lifetime masterpiece. Okay, what does Google Translate have to say? I mean, it's okay, but it feels like someone else's story. This is a once-in-a-lifetime masterpiece. A once-in-a-lifetime masterpiece, huh?
だってゆえが見てもこの絵憧れるもん。
I mean, even if even I, Yue, look at this painting and am envious of it, or admire it, or something like that. The self in the painting was so intense that it felt like it was going to suck me in. I would just be like a painting and just like the painting moving like a video.
いいなみなもちゃんはこういう方法があって。ゆえはおしゃべりなだけだから。
Offline's giving me a hard time today. You're lucky. For Minamo-chan, I believe. There's no way I could do this. Yue is just a chatterbox. Or Yue is just talkative. Yue says something strangely sentimental, which makes me feel the same way. That's so obnoxious. Good, good. That's great. I could draw something like this. Maybe I'll try it too. He's getting competitive with her. You're not cut out for this.
ひどいな。わかってるもん。ともちゃんのバカ。
It's like Tomo-chan didn't cut out for nothing. You're so mean. I know, Tomo-chan, you baka. She turns away with a pout. This is and then, right? Oh, but... So, Shikashi and Demo are kind of similar. Before, Minamo-chan said, I'm following the memories inside me and drawing. I draw pictures by tracing the memories inside me. Yeah, okay. If that's the case, I'll have to follow the image of me inside Minamo-chan. If that's the case, and this picture was drawn by tracing the image of me that exists within Minamo-chan. Well, is it ugly? Is this the image of me in Minamo-chan's memories? I think you're taking this a little... I would say that he's taking that a little bit too much, reading too much into this, but in this genre, that's actually not reading too much into this. In the real world, it is. I can't really put it into words, but maybe I need to work harder. I'll need to try harder. To put it bluntly, I need to be even cooler. So basically, the Tomoya in the picture is really cool. It's a vague thought, but at the same time, it was a powerful determination to get cool. I want to get as close to the me in the painting as possible. That's what I thought.
みなもちゃんには参ったね。降参降参。
I've had enough of Minamo-chan. I give up. I give up. What is it?
ううん。ともちゃん、みなもちゃんを追っかけなよ。
Ugh. Tomo-chan, go after Minamo-chan. Wow, she gives up way more easily in this than she does in the Kaoru route. Where it takes her like to the end last scene where she's like, Sayonara, Tomo-chan. But I don't even know when this arrived. No, you don't get it. She doesn't say go after Minamo-chan right now, like, go literally chase her down right now. She means it holistically. Like,
おー、
get her
それ
for
く
a
らい
wife.
男気を見せてもいいと思うよ。さあ、駅駅。
Jeez, I think you can show that much manliness, you know. Now the station. I think it's okay to show some manliness now. Oh, okay. It's like whatever you say, Yue, right? But even so, Yue,
掃除はやっといてあげるから。
I'm not done sweeping the leaves yet. I'll do the cleaning for you. Whoa! The support! Oh man, if I only had that kind of support. You're being strangely kind today, aren't you?
友情を大事にしてるの。
I value friendship. Yue is right. I should probably head to the station. I couldn't just let her go home without thanking her.
ともちゃん、急いで。
Tomo-chan, hurry! Isai days, hurry. I don't know if I'm ever going to remember that, though. That something gave me a hard... Oh, the kanji's wrong. Okay. Gave me a hard push. She pushed him hard. There's no longer any hesitation. And so it's awkward to translate something into hard push because we actually have a word for a hard push. It's a shove, right? So we would just say shove. Okay. Without so much as a sidelong glance, I started running toward the station. At this point, I remember a lot of things. Kind of think of it, there was a picture of this. There's a picture on the station platform too. There's also a picture of a station platform, huh? When? It's not this station, but there were flowers that I imagined. No kanji are wrong. I also added some flowers from my imagination. Okay. Or she also added flowers from her imagination. Because he's describing the painting that maybe Minamo painted. I didn't know what to think, and when I praised the flowers, Minamo-chan was really happy. But Minamo-chan wasn't here. It was early, and there weren't many people going in and out yet, so I should be able to tell right away if she was there. And as soon as I thought that, you got jump scared. As soon as I get there, a girl carrying a large campus bag. Or canvas bag. The OCR turned the B into a P. There's no V in Japanese, so it gets turned into a B. There was a large ribbon on her head, or large ribbons on her head. No matter how you look at it, it was definitely Minamo-chan. Minamo-chan! I can read that at least. I call it to Minamo-chan as I run off.
偶然ですね、智也さん。
What a coincidence, Tomoya-san. Minamo-chan leached at me with an innocent expression. Leached? Does that mean, like, grabbed onto with the mouth? Minamo-chan started pestering me with a nonchalant look on her face. Okay. Yeah, the expression leached at me is that paints a picture. It's not a coincidence. You came to my house and left the painting behind, right?
見たんですか?
You saw it? Question mark. I just happened to notice. I thought you would still be nearby.
でも感激です。嬉しいな。気味悪がられたらどうしようかと思ったんだけど。
I'm moved. I'm happy. I was wondering what I'd do if someone creeped me out. What? I was worried that people would find it creepy. Or you would find it creepy. Well, he hasn't clarified whether or not he found it creepy yet. He just said he found it and went to the station. That's not really true. Okay, so I guess it's not creepy.
よかった。ちゃんと智也さんの顔に似せてかけたみたい。我ながらそっくりです。
I'm glad. It looks like I was able to make it look like Tomoya-san's face. It is the splitting image of him. Except more cool, apparently. But...
似てなかったですか?
Wasn't it similar? Actually, it's a glorified version of my face, right? It's like me mixed with Giga Chad. The painting was a better man. Well, you're always so humble, Tomo-chan. So two E's in a row, an E in katakana is like better. Of a E in katakana man. E just means good, but yeah, like good, but like in katakana. Pictures of a good man. Google Translate says a good-looking man.
そんなことないです。本物の方がいいです。
That is not true. The real thing is better. The real one is better? What? That comes on strong. I was a little happy to hear her say that. And Minamo-chan smiles, apparently enticed by that.
Watashi, これからスケッチの続きに行きますから。
I am going to continue drawing. I see. Still smiling, Minamo-chan nods energetically. Okay, really? Hontou ni arigato, which yeah is like, really? Thank you. Minamo-chan gets on the train, and I raise my hand to greet the girl reflected in the car window. Okay. The train starts running. Don't jump on the train. Before long, she'll disappear. Now that I'm here, I feel like I've gotten a little closer to the me in the painting. Now then, let's head back home. This writer is really like, I've left the cleaning to you, eh? Really like warm and cozy and nice, and you know, like no one, like everyone's all like, no one makes anybody angry, and it's like his internal monologue is really like endearing and stuff. Like, man, you need to like put some conflict into this. No, you don't. I don't want to read it. I leisurely turned back the way I came. Okay, we're on the roof all of a sudden. Another day passes without incident. The autumn sky was high, and it felt like autumn weather would continue forever, tomorrow and the day after. Come on, let's go home. I slung my bag over my shoulder and started walking towards the shoe rack. Why was the roof the background of that? Half braining my indoor shoes, I opened the door to the shoe rack. That's fine. I don't care. That's not a very important thing. It's like the half got like turned weird. No, it's the other kanji. Half something. Has to do with month. Month is the left radical. I don't know what the right radical. Something to do with legs and mouth. Half stumbling, half walking. Something. Just as about to pull the shoes out from inside. Pasa. Well, what does the translator get out of pasa? It's probably some sort of it messes it up. Because too many, the dots, it can't handle the dots. Oh. It's really messed up. Okay, just to Japanese. Switch to kana. Okay. Pa. Can't get Google Translate to do it. Okay. Some sort of explanation. Pasa. Exclamation. Something fell. Letters. Or a letter. I picked up the piece of paper that had been folded into two pieces and opened it. I'll be waiting in the schoolyard. There is only one thing written on it. Who could it be from? Well, knowing this author, it's Minamo. He doesn't do creative weird things like make it Yue or Sheen or Kaoru or whatever. There's no Cinder's name in the letter. What's her face? Koyomi. Anyway, let's go to the schoolyard. Yeah, it's Ikite Miruka. Let's go. The north wind whipped up a faint dust cloud. Looking up, I caught sight of the red and western sky. In the distance, I can see a group of crows shouting, "Cuckoo!" which it should be "Kaka!" as they cross. Watching such a scene,
すいません。お呼び出ししちゃって。
I guess that's Minamo. The thing is that voice, it's not Koyomi. Right, her voice is distinctly different. Minamo is a bit more energetic. That was a bit like sunken down. That's almost like Shion almost, but it's probably Minamo still. So Minamo's still my guess. Even though it's kind of like that moroseness isn't very Minamo-like. Then someone suddenly called out to me from behind. I hastily turned around to see a large ribbon swaying in the wind. Yeah, it's Minamo, okay. So, it's Minamo-chan. What's wrong with Minamo-chan? You usually come to see me in the classroom. And are we going to get a big info dump? It's completely different from the last time I was in the with her at Ochibami. She is feeling down. Could it be that Minamo-chan has a fever again?
違うの。熱はないんです。
No, it's not. It's not a fever. I presume it's fever. I mean, got the wrong kanji. Let's see here. Let me go after this guess. Translate. English fever. Correct. Nope. She says nope. It's not a fever. You can kind of tell because if I get my cursor in here. So this is the wrong kanji. You got misread, but it still has the right bottom part. That 4 lines on the bottom, that's the fire radical, which is some indication it has something to do with heat. And apparently ripeness also has the fire radical in it, but anyway, just some trivia. Then what's the matter? Is there something you want to discuss with me? Could it be love troubles? Troubles with love? Well, that is very on the nose and comes on strong, Tomoya. Everyone's coming on strong. Eh. Come on, say anything. I may not look it, but I don't have any romantic experience at all. Tell me anything you want. Even though I look like this, I have no experience in love at all. Wait, that's... I have a really hard time believing that's a good translation because no Japanese dude is gonna say, even though I look like this, you might be surprised despite my looking like this, I haven't had any experience in romance. Whoa! That's kind of uncouth. It's also wrong because he does have experience with romance. That is Ayaka. This is all reflective of him wanting to forget. Why would you lie like that, Tomoya? Why would you be oddly not humble and also lie at the same time?
それダメじゃないですか。
That you cannot do. Oh, that is no good, is it? Okay. It's also a lie. At least you got the lying tendency back, but it's a different kind of lie than the Tomoya of the trunk when you're hanging out with Yue, where it's like these like really goofy lies. This is like a serious lie. That's right. Don't break up with me. It won't do you any good. What? The wrong kanji. So that's definitely what it is. It's definitely like this here is wrong, right? So what is it though? Conflict. Okay, so don't conflict with me, it won't do you any good. But, oh, now I got it right. That's right, you cannot talk to me about it, it won't do you any good. Or, don't ask me for advice, it won't help you. There we go.
じゃあ相談しません。
Huh. Then I won't consult you. I mean, that's not true, Minawa-chan. You called me here so suggestively.
すいません。
I'm sorry. I was just kidding. My heart is really racing. Who is it?
私で残念賞でした？
Was it a consolation prize for me? Was that the consolation prize? What does that mean? That's no way. There's no way that's an award. Minawa-chan looks straight into my eyes and suddenly says,
私ね、本当はずっと前から智也さんのことを知ってたの。
Okay. Oops, I hit the microphone. Watashi ne, which watashi is I, right? Ne is something you can put in like at the end of a sentence that's kind of like a rhetorical question, right? Where it's like looking for confirmation but not really. The best we can kind of do in English is say like, the controller is blue and red, isn't it? Or the controller is blue and red, right? Something like that. Then, so once you do it after you just hit I, nay, what that does, I'm not sure. It's like that. Instead of being like I, rhetorical for confirmation, like I'm not quite sure, you would think also me as the subject, right? Something like that. Hon to. So hon to ni is almost using almost exactly like the English word really. In both senses, like we have really as in, is that really true? It's an abbreviation of is that truly true? Really? Or like, is that real? And it's also kind of a synonym for very. And Hotoni is kind of the same way. You use it for like very. There's also Totemo, which also is like very, but Hotoni also works like very. Or as like, is that true? Right? But it's written out in katakana, honto, in katakana. I don't know what it means when it's written out in katakana. It's supposed to in hiragana. And then wa makes it a topic. So truth, the topic. So I, looking for confirmation, rhetorical confirmation, topic of truth. And then I see Tomoya-san in that sentence, know something of possession of Tomoya-san. That's about as far as I get. Why did I make all that speech? I don't know. I've actually known Tomoya-san for a long time. The truth is, I've known Tomoya for a long time. Which is interesting because she may have known Yue for a long time. If she knew Yue from a long time, she may not necessarily interacted with Tomoya. However, although she may have interacted with Tomoya, but know a lot about him from Yue, right? I just noticed like the line art on her hair is really weird. It's supposed to be a single strand or something on that right side of her hair. But it could be also that weird identity stuff. We'll see. I mean, she's not Ayaka. Are Soda Tanda, which I guess is like I see. And then my face stiffens. Then it was a smile. Stiffened with a smile. Ready for the big twist drop? No, it might tease me a bit before it does it. Did you know? About me? Are no. I guess this is about. This is like an about kind of thing. Did you know me?
びっくりした？三上智也さん。彩香ちゃんの大事だった人。
Are you surprised? Mikami Tomoya-san? Ayaka-san, Ayaka-chan no big knowledge. Ta person. Oh, I see. I know you. About you. No, I can't get the kanji right. Okay, so something about learning about Tomoya from Ayaka or Ayaka. Nani? Nani is what that basically is, which is what? I couldn't have my surprise at the name Ayaka coming out of such an unexpected place. Why does Minamo-chan know about Ayaka?
彩香ちゃんとはね、 いとこ同士だったんだよ。家が遠かったからなかなか会えなかったんだけど、夏休みとか泊まりに行ったりして。
Ayaka-chan and I were cousins. Since our house was far away, we didn't get to see each other very often. But we went on summer vacations and stayed the night.
私一人っ子だから、なんか頼りになるお姉さんって感じで。
I am an only child. I feel like she was a dependable older sister. She is kind and cheerful. Definitely the same as the image I have of Ayaka. Well, go for the cousin. It's not as weird as going for the sister. Minawa-chan is definitely visiting the same person as the Ayaka I know.
私が初めて入院した時、夏休みなのに風邪ひいてこじらせちゃったからだったんだけど、彩香ちゃんたくさんお見舞いの手紙くれたの。
Well, this maybe explain why Yue is friends with my Minamo. When I was hospitalized the first time, I caught a cold even though it was summer vacation. Why would you be hospitalized for catching a cold? Well, it's a Japanese thing where they wear masks around all the time and like they can't have any sort of sickness at all ever, right? And they go travel overseas and then get sick a bunch because we don't do that here. But part of the reason why Japanese people wear so many masks all the time is it's actually kind of a style. Apparently, it's like a fashion to cover your face in Japan. But like with the medical mask style way of covering your face, not like the Islam way of covering your face. And it's men who do it, and it's weird. Because you don't have that nonverbal communication, right? Your facial expression communicates things. And your mouth is a big part of your facial expression. So you're just like losing a whole bunch of your communication when you don't have your mouth shown. When I was hospitalized for the first time, I caught a cold, even though it was summer vacation. It made things awkward. But Ayaka-chan sent me a lot of letters to visit me.
治ったらお買い物に一緒に行こうとか。
Something about food. Oh, shopping, sorry. Once you're better, let's go shopping together.
夏に風邪ひくなんて本当に間抜けだって怒られたりとか。
You really are an idiot for catching a cold. Who would say that? I was told how stupid of you to catch a cold when you're sick. Okay, that doesn't translate well, I guess.
みなもが元気になるためだったら私何でもするよとか、たくさんお手紙くれたの。
My dad's one of those people who will blame you if you get sick. He'll like chew you out for getting sick. And it's like, really? First of all, these things aren't very highly in your control. And two, they're sick. Why would you chew out someone who's sick? That's very insensitive. But yes, he will do that. He'll chew you out for being sick. Don't be like my dad. She wrote a lot of letters like, I'll do anything to cheer you up, Minamo.
私すっごく嬉しくてお返事書いたんだけど、彩香ちゃんみたいにうまく書けなくて。
I was so happy. I just wrote a reply and I couldn't write as well as Ayaka-chan.
それで病院の屋上で描いた絵を送ったの。
So I sent her a picture I drew on the roof of the hospital, which they let you go to.
そしたら彩香ちゃん本当に喜んでくれて、それからかな、私は言葉より絵の方が人に気持ちを伝えられるんだって思ったのは。
Ayaka-chan was really happy, and then too And then I thought painting was better for conveying my feelings to people than talking was, basically. I see. The reason why Minawa-chan's painting felt strangely nostalgic was because she was drawing familiar scenery. Those are memories I saw in the past. Imagine her painting Ayaka. Oh, that would just really shake things up. Oh, I hit the microphone again. Is the picture good? Is it his thought? Was his thoughts? The image of Ayaka happily showing me a picture. That image comes to mind inside of me. Oh. The color scheme, the touch, and the feelings that Minawa-chan put into the picture. They made me feel nostalgic.
私にとっての三上智也さんは彩香ちゃんからのお手紙の中に初めて登場したんだよ。
To me, Tomoya Mikami was the first person to appear in Ayaka-chan's letter.
ドジな水面が病院で寝ている間に私は彼氏とデートしますって。
I'm going on a date with my boyfriend while the clumsy Minawa was sleeping in the hospital.
彩香ちゃんの彼氏ってどんな人なんだろうってすっごく気になったから彩香ちゃんが選ぶくらいだからどんな素敵な人なんですかって。
I was really curious about what kind of person Ayaka-chan's boyfriend is. What kind of wonderful person is he? Because he's the one that she chose. Ayaka-chan? Right. What kind of wonderful person would he be if he were the person that Ayaka-chan would have chose?
私そう手紙で聞いたの。
That's the weird thing about this is like Ayaka is portrayed as this like angelic personality, but her opinion of Tomoya isn't necessarily that high. It seems like she didn't necessarily choose him because he was wonderful. She chose him because he's just the main character of the story and no other reason. You could say he grew up with her, so he's the person that she could get, right? He's there delivered to her. But I wouldn't... Oh, no, this is going to be controversial. For a woman like Ayaka, you wouldn't need to necessarily just take what you can get. You could have had any of them. That's gonna mess with people. That's not necessarily a smart thing to say on the internet. That's probably why I said like Ayaka. And that doesn't make it better, does it?
そしたら残念ながら全然素敵ではありません。何の取り柄もないどうしようもないバカだけど、まあ強いてあげるなら優しいところが長所かなだって。
And then lamenting, it's not wonderful at all. It's hopeless idiot with no redeeming qualities. But if I had to say, I guess being kind is one of his strong points. Okay, let's see if I can get this in Google Translate. Okay, we're missing the first double quote. And then she said, I'm sorry to say that he's not great at all. Okay, this is what we got. Yeah, as I said. He's hopeless idiot with no redeeming qualities. But I had to say one thing about him, I guess that he's kind. Exactly, he's just the main character.
ひどい言われようだね。
What a terrible thing to say. Well, it might be true. Yeah, it's awful. But I think it's right.
手紙に写真が入ってたから、智也さんの顔も知ってたんだよ。
There's a picture in the letter, so I knew Tomoya-san's face.
彩香ちゃん、散々悪口書いてたくせに、結構お手紙でのろけたりしてて。だから私、智也さんのこと、いろいろ想像してたんだ。
Ayaka-chan she's been bad-mouthing Tomoya-san a lot. But I've been melting away in letters. That's why I've been imagining a lot of things about you. Oh, that's not a... Then it could be kind of a bad thing, because you can get like a picture that he... like a set of expectations that he doesn't meet. Even though Ayaka-chan wrote all those nasty things about you, you also bragged a lot in your letters. That's why I'm imagining all sorts of things about you, Tomoya-san. So also she bragged a lot in her letters.
同じ高校だって知ったときは、会ってお話ししたいなって思った。でも、会う機会なんてなかったし、それに、ね。
When I found out that we were in the same high school, I wanted to meet and talk to you, but I never had a chance to meet you. You know. But, you know. It's because of what happened to Ayaka. Minamo-chan didn't mention that to me.
だから、智也さんとこうしてお話できるようになって、本当に嬉しかった。写真だけじゃ声まではわかんないもん。
So I presume she couldn't meet him because of what happened to Ayaka? Because she didn't have a bridge to him, right? That's why I was really happy to be able to talk to you like this, Tomoya-san. I can't even tell your voice from just the photos. It's just like a normal generic protagonist voice. After coming here, I finally remembered about how Ayaka had a cousin. But it's not that she's physically strong. She can't go to school much. I heard something like that before. But to think it was Minamo-chan... As I listened to Minamo-chan's reminiscing, I couldn't help but remember what happened to Ayaka just yesterday. Yesterday might be metaphorical. But that makes me feel the weight of my sins. Or weight of my guilt. Sorry. My muttering words drifted through the empty air. Eh? About Ayaka. I look away, unable to look directly into Minamo-chan's eyes. It's my fault.
それは違うよ。智也さんのせいじゃないよ。彩香ちゃんだってそう思ってると思うよ。
No, that's wrong. It's not your fault, Tomoya-san. I think Ayaka-chan feels the same way.
だって彩香ちゃんは智也さんのこと本当に好きだったんだもん。私にはわかる。彩香ちゃんは人を恨んだりするような子じゃないもん。
Finally, someone says the simple, correct thing. No, it is not your fault, Tomoya. There you go, finally. After all, Ayaka-chan really loved Tomoya-san. I understand. Ayaka-chan isn't the type to hold a grudge against others.
だからそんなに自分を責めることはないと思う。
So I don't think you need to blame yourself that much.
それよりも今の方がずっと大事だし、その方が絶対彩香ちゃんも喜ぶと思う。
More importantly, it's much more important now, and I'm sure Ayaka-chan will be happier that way. More important now? The present is much more important than that. And I'm sure Ayaka would be happy with that. That is correct.
ごめんなさい。なんか生意気なこと言って。でもね、私はそう思うよ。私には今の大切さがよくわかるから。
I'm sorry for being so impertinent, okay? But you know, I think so. I understand the importance of what's important right now. But you think so, don't you? Understand how important the present is. Life won't stop. Time will keep going. It's like a cold memory of that rainy day digging into the bottom of my heart. Oh no, we're gonna get the Minamo version of the flashback that's not skippable because it's slightly different. That was the last thing I wanted to remember. Here we go. Okay, can I skip? No. Weather forecast said that it wouldn't rain. What did I do? Okay. That day, I was forced to go to the school to help out. It's a day commonly referred to as rest day. Yasumi, right? But it wasn't this time. For Tomoya, anyway. When I left the school building after finishing my business, cold drops of rain quickly grazed my cheeks. Now I think about it, if I hurry home, nothing will happen. That's the extent of the rain. But that's when I decided to call Ayaka. Unlike, which is odd, because, you know, I would just run through the rain, right? Hello, Hitsuki-san's...
あ、友也?
Tomoya? Oh, that voice is Ayaka?
うん、どうしたの? 今日は学校に行ってるんじゃなかったっけ?
Yeah, what's wrong? Didn't you go to school today? Still can't be skipped for some reason. I'm here right now.
で、もう用事終わったの?
So are you done with your business? Yeah, I was worried about what they were going to make me do, but I just lined up the printed printouts in a certain order, then snapped them with a stapler. That's all there was to it. Well, it feels like they should have done that on their own.
ま、授業サボってゲームセンターなんかに行くからだよ。
Well, you know, it's because you went to the game center and skipped class, you know.
そのぐらいで済んでよかったじゃない?
Okay, now I finally understand what that meant. Isn't it a good thing that that's all? It's a good thing that that's all that happened. Skip class to go to the arcade, okay. That's right. Oh, and about what I need to do. It's raining right now, isn't it?
うん。朝は全然降ってなかったのにね。
Yeah, it wasn't raining at all this morning. I'm sorry, but could you bring me an umbrella? Mom isn't here today.
あ、今日おばさんいないんだ。しょうがない。持ってってあげるよ。
Auntie's not here today. Oh well, I'll take it. Thanks. I'll thank you for this next time.
期待しないで待ってる。
Yeah, don't get your hopes up. I won't get my hopes up. Something like that. I'll wait without any expectations.
じゃあ10分程度で行くね。昇降口にいるよね。
Okay, I'll be there in about 10 minutes. You'll be at the entrance, right? Then I'll be counting on you. And so the phone call that was casually hung up was the last conversation Anaka and I had. At the time, I didn't know anything, just waited for Ayaka to arrive. Suddenly, I thought I heard a siren in the distance. Whoops. It was as if that siren had secretly taunted me. No matter how long I waited, Ayaka did not show up at all. I called again, but this time I only heard a mechanical voice, the mechanical voice of the answering machine. A murmur runs through me and I feel like I'm going to vomit. Feeling uneasy, I rushed out into the rain, paying no heed to the fact that I was getting wet. Like a beast who knows nothing but to run in trance. I ran, I just ran. What I run to was, it's lying on the asphalt. There, a thin stream of rain had formed. The white rain, something about falling. The white umbrella that's still open is deflecting the rain. I knew it was Ayaka's umbrella, so that Ayaka was gone because of me.
Tomoya-san!
Did you tell that story out loud? Let's look at the backlog. No. Okay. San, Tomoya-san. Eh? With no distinction between reminiscence and reality, a large ribbon swayed in the wind blew into my field of vision. And below it are Minamo-chan's eyes on the verge of tears.
ごめんなさい。辛いこと思い出させちゃったね。ごめんなさい。
Sorry, it made you remember something painful. I'm so sorry. It probably only took a few seconds, but I seem to have forgotten Minamo-chan in front of me and flown into the world of my memories. But even with Minamo-chan on the verge of tears in front of me, my agitation and confusion still hasn't subsided. I'm sorry, I'm a little confused. I want to sort through my thoughts. Wow, this author actually writes Tomoya to be like, say the right thing. Like, if he's all confused, he just says, look, I'm all confused.
うん。今まで黙っててごめんなさい。私、帰るね。
Sorry, I didn't tell you until now. I'm going home. I'll walk you to the station. Oh, that's right. Come to think of it, we're on the same train, aren't we? Now Machan smiles at me, her eyes moist. That smile gently soothes the confusion inside me, and my heart gradually returns to its former glory. My heart returns to its former glory? Like a tanagi after a foolishness. What? Like a shave after a foolish act. Some kanji got messed up there. Well, whatever. I walk into the station and get on the train. I try my best to talk as carefreely as possible in the car. By the time we got off the train, Minamo-chan seemed to have regained a lot of energy. She said, "See you later," and got off the train first. Hi. Mikami desu. Which is, yes. Which is what you say when you answer the phone in your Japanese. And then, I am Mikami.
Tomoya-san?
Tomoya-san. Minamo-chan. I don't know why I hit translate on that.
ごめんなさい。
So, today, I'm sorry. Nanimo. There is nothing to apologize for.
すいません。
Excuse me. What's wrong, Minamo-chan? どうしたの?
すいません。ちょっと。
I'm sorry, it's a little. 大丈夫? It's a lot of, remember 11 words here. We got the どうしたの and the 大丈夫. Are you okay? Don't push yourself too hard. You've got a fever, don't you?
すいません。
I'm sorry. So much sumimasen instead of sumimasen. That's enough. Come on, get some rest.
すいません。私から電話しといて。
I'm sorry. I will call her. That looks kind of okay. Electricity talk would be call, right? Sorry because I called you, I think. Well, see you tomorrow.
はい。また。
Mata, which is like later. Minamo-chan, you have a fever. Don't force yourself. Inamo. She is by no means pessimistic about the fate she bore. She was very pessimistic about the fate she had been faced with. In fact, she was using it as a springboard to reach out and firmly grasp what she'd lost more than she'd... Rather, she was using it as a springboard to reach out and grab hold of more that she has lost up until now. Okay. Minamo lives in the present. She won't even let a second go to waste. That's how earnest she is. She is engrossed in making that moment shine. right now. She is desperate. From the bottom of my heart, I thought she was beautiful. I mean, this is the response that makes the most sense so far, and that is, you can't, no matter how much you give up, you cannot sacrifice your life, Tomoya, to bring Ayaka back to life. So why? What good is it? Move on. And that's not the exact wording that Minamo was using when she says, the present is more important. The present is what's important. But it means the same thing, right? This might be my favorite route so far because of that. And everyone's like nice and saying the right things too, but Minamo's small body is filled with a strong heart, and she's doing her best to live. I realized that I was captivated by her appearance. I was smitten. Minamo is living so hard. So Google Translate has to say about that, but I actually like that phrasing. Living so hard. Minamo is living life so hard. Compared to that, what about me? A strong body that doesn't get sick. And letting it just go to waste. What a convenient life, or convenient lifestyle. And yet I'm still alive, trapped in the past. What would Ayaka think when she saw me this sloppy? I'll learn from Inamo's example. She'll probably scold me for it. Probably follow Minamo's example. I'm sure she would have scolded me back then. I can never forget about Ayaka. Well, this makes so much sense. This is a perfect train of thought. Wow! But right now, I want to be by everyone's side. I'm sure Ayaka will watch over everyone who lives with me, and her cousin, I think, who lives with me. Whoops. I think, okay, sister's a misread. Okay. Forget the sister, just Minamo who lives with me. This firm resolve that was born inside me just now. There was a sensational impulse welling up from the bottom of my body, something I could never talk about logically. But you just did. Yosh! I've made up my mind! Let's ask Minamo-chan out on a date today! Man, I love this route. This is kind of like the Saki route. I know everyone hates Saki from Never Seven, but I like the route. Even though I don't really like Saki either, but I like the route because it was the protagonist going, that woman, she's hot. Let me do stuff trying to get her to notice me. Right? It wasn't like the other type of routes where the character just falls into your lap. You know what I mean? It's like a good example. I'll tell her how I feel. I'm sure something will start there. I dashed out of the house in high spirits and hurried to school. Yes, get up in the morning!
おはようございます。
Which is good morning. For some reason I hit translate on it though. Good morning, Tomoya.
の、
That over there?
お願いがあるんだけど。
So when a guy is like, please, I don't know what Arun Taketo is. Oh, I have a favor to ask of you. So I guess it's a favor. Really? Actually, I have a request too.
デートしてほしいんです。
Oh no, which is like that. Dato, which I presume is date. I want to go on a date. You stole my thunder. I wanted to be a man and ask you on a date, but then you asked me on a date first. That kind of an but I won't turn the date down.
ほら、そういうの私したことないから、なんかどういうのかなって興味があったり。
Well, it took a long time to say that sentence. That was like listening to forgot the name of that actor all of a sudden. The actor that married Amber Heard and was in the Pirates of the Caribbean. Johnny Depp. Yeah, it's like listening to Johnny Depp make a Depp say a sentence. I've never done anything like that before, so I was just wondering what it was. I was interested in it. Oh, you just go to a place with the guy and, talk to him and eat and stuff. It's like hanging out with your friend, except, like, you could consider marrying this person. That's it. A date, huh? いいよ。
本当ですか？よかった。
Really, I'm so glad. I'm glad too. Eh? Oh,
私本当にそういうのしたことないから、
I've really never done anything like that before, so, what does she mean? She wants me to take the lead on her date? Well then, Minamo-san. It's San now instead of John. Interesting. How about we meet up at Sumiku Station next Sunday at noon? It's Shuni Jini, which is 12 o'clock, right? But I don't know why they would translate it to midnight as opposed to noon. I mean, they're both 12 o'clock, but why would you choose midnight? I had already planned it out, so I was able to go back in time. Since the plan had already been made, it all came together smoothly. Oh.
わかりました。それじゃあよろしくお願いします。
Okay. Wakarimashita is I understood, which you would use it to say, like, an English speaker would say I understand. We use present tense, but, if you use past tense, we wouldn't be too confused, right? And then Sore is that. Ja is well then. And then Yorosuka onegaishimasu is please take care of me. But what's understood, well then I'll be counting on you. Okay. And then there's Duolingo, who makes a translation I look forward to working with you. Which, yes, that would be the phrase that is most, an English speaker would be most likely to say in that situation. Right? It's the closest usage, but it's not anywhere close. It's not very close to the literal meaning. And that's why sometimes Duolingo is kind of like not good. With that, Minamo-chan runs off energetically. Why wasn't Yue here? Nichiyobi ga. And then, are we looking forward to? I'll be looking forward to Sunday. And we're going to jump right to Sunday, apparently, without a title card. I lightly close my eyes and check out the crowds in the city. Wait, you close your eyes to check out? Do you have the city painted on the back of your eyelids? I close my eyes slightly and take in the hustle and bustle of the city. I felt like I could hear the clamor of the other side the whole time. When I opened my eyes, a bright light spread out before me. Soon the color of the city returned to my pure white vision. I repeated those 2 or 3 times to catch my breath. Blinked 2 or 3 times? It's still too early. How many years has it been since I waited for someone in the city like this? Well, in a different route, you already have. When was the last time? I hastily drown out the vaguely floating existence. I hastily erase the vague image that was floating in my mind. But you fail, because you have to get that flashback.
お待たせしました。
Oh, I guess she succeeds. Sorry to keep you waiting. No, I'm not waiting for you. I'm not waiting or anything. Which, how is that positive?
絶対ともやさんより早くに来ようって思ったのに。いつ来たんですか？
Like I would have said as like an English speaker. Yeah, I was waiting. Why? Because wouldn't the girl want you to have thought you... Man, English is hard. Talking is hard. Words are hard. Especially when it comes to romance. Like, they would want you to have been waiting for them. As opposed to you just been hanging out not caring if they showed up or not. You know what I mean? I thought I'd definitely come earlier than you, Tomoya-san. When did you get here? I woke up early. It wasn't much of an answer, but it was true. I was so distracted that I couldn't sleep well, and the good weather invited me to come out early. Huh? You're wearing your uniform again today. Oh, I didn't notice
実
that.
は学校に行くって嘘ついて出てきちゃったんです。
Actually, I came out here because I lied about going to school. Oh, okay, I see. But on a Sunday? I feel like I'm doing something bad. Man, Tomoya's saying the right things again. Except maybe that, like, I wasn't waiting or anything, but, you know, it's subtle. That's it? Is that it?
やっぱりそうですよね。家出てくるときすっごくドキドキしちゃったし。
I knew it. When I left the house, my heart was pounding like crazy. That feeling is good. Again.
ねえ、ともやさん。一 人がいっぱいだよ。
Everyone likes that naughty feeling. Hey, Tomoya-san, there's a lot of people here. It's a day off after all.
私、休日に来ることあんまりないから、新鮮です。
I don't come here often on my days off. It's refreshing. Refreshing, huh? Or fresh. It's fresh. Two of us walk down the street. Walking at different speed than usual, the paces I was interested in, the shops that were the talk of the town. Come to think of it, this city was different today. The way I see it is different. I felt like this was my first time here.
かっこいいな、あの服。
The clothes are so cool. I looked over to see that it was a high-class planed shop. So it was a high-end brand store. Well, I'm not very familiar with that. A chic dress was displayed in the shop's display window. Huh. I don't know exactly what makes a dress chic. Sundress? It says, looks takai, which is expensive.
こういうの、一度着てみたいな。
Well, we do know that Minamo has expensive tastes. I'd like to try this on at least once. Namo-chan stares vacantly at the window, her eyes melting.
私にはこういうの無理だろうな。
I don't think I can do this. I don't think I could do this. Don't have the courage. Why?
だって背が足りないし、私子供っぽいから。
Because I'm not tall enough and I'm like a child. Well, children wear dresses, but maybe not in Japan. I don't think that's true.
嘘ばっかり。
You're lying. You might even grow taller from now on. Wait, doesn't that confirm? Confirm that she's like a child, that she has more to grow?
もう、ともやさんのバカバカバカ。
Tomoya-san no baka baka baka. Yes, it's a very baka 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 is probably the most famous Vocaloid song of all. Well, there is The World Is Mine, but is or the second most famous Vocaloid song of all time. She patted me on the head and I caught it with a laugh. Minamo-chan is still staring at that dress. Okay, but do you have the money though? Okay. Let's look at the options first. It'll probably tell me which one to pick, but I'll look at them and guess which one is the correct one before it tells me which one to pick. Or it might be a neutral choice. We'll see. Come, let us go. Oh, this is going to mess me up because OBS. I managed to pull it off. Not quite. But I can kind of guess it's nakani, which is inside, right? And then it's the person thing. But I don't know what's like the teimiyoka. The problem is that we don't have the money, I wouldn't think. So it's kind of like a fool's errand to go. I would just say, if I were Tomoya, I would say, I would love to buy you this, actually. But the thing is, it would be imprudent for me to do so. Because I don't have enough money. Right? That's the kind of thing I would say. Or I'd say, like, the lifestyle of buying things like this, it can get addictive, and then you lose all your money because you don't spend sufficiently frugally, right? But I'm gonna say let's go inside. Okay, this is neutral. Shall we go inside?
でも、こういうところって私には向かないですよ。
But I'm not cut out for this kind of thing. What are you talking about? Since we're here, let's take a look.
恥ずかしいよ。
Make her nervous. It's embarrassing. It's fine. It's fine. Ikara. He's like, because it is fine. Getting carried away. I stood in front of the automatic door. Naturally, the door opens. This phrase, word thing. Irashimaise. Irashaimase. There you are. Irashaimase. Not easy to say, but it means welcome. I spun around to see Minamo-chan's younger sister, bewildered after putting some distance between us. I mean, just Minamo-chan, bewildered. After putting some distance between us. I wonder if it's too early.
ともやさん、もういいですよ。もういいから。
That's enough, that's enough. Minamo-chan runs over to me. I took one step back. And then 2 steps forward. No. Look, we're in. Minamo-chan looks at me blankly. I quickly grab Minamo-chan's hand and pull her towards the store's palanquin. Okay. What's Google Translate have to say? Yep, okay.
強引だな。もう。
Jeez, you're so pushy. The store wasn't as big as I expected. Huh. However, such a dazzling sight that I couldn't help but sigh. I didn't think a world like this existed.
びっくりです。
I'm surprised. People at the store left me and Minamo-chan alone. I didn't know if I was doing it out of the goodness of my heart. I wonder if they were doing this out of the goodness of their heart. Or they were simply ignoring us. But in any case, that was more... in any case, was the Koto we knew. Wrong kanji. But anyway, that's what happened. There's no way I can buy it. Or no way you can buy anything. Yeah. Nanka. Let's see here. What's the word for price? Price. No, it's kakaku. Now let's dither this a bit and try retranslating. Now hit backlog. Go A.
そんな、いいです。
Backlog. Would you like to try something on? Okay. It's like, that would be good. No way, it's fine. Okay. Yeah, okay, no way, that's fine. Okay, cool. But now that we're inside, I noticed they did not draw a background for the store. So it's just this black screen.
ううん。い
But
い
it's so far into the game they thought they
こ
could
う
get
いう
away
の
with
が
it.
似合うようになるまでいいの。
No, it's fine. It's fine until you get old enough to look good in something like this.
行こう、ともやさん。
Let us go, Tomoya-san. Naochan's words from earlier are awfully vivid in my head. Take it, and it'll be fine until it looks good on you. It's fine until these things suit you. Which means don't bother until these things look good on me. Okay. After that, we spent a lot of time looking around the city. It's not like I was doing anything in particular, so I think this... So I think this description is accurate. Okay. Slowly, at Minawa-chan's pace. Still, whenever she finds something interesting, Minawa-chan runs off. Is it okay for me to run? Is it okay to run?
平気ですよ。
I'm fine. She really is calm.
ともやさん、息上がってますね。
Tomoya-san, you're out of breath. That's because we're an active part of the home club. Well, I'm still an active member of the after-school club. Whatever that has to do with this.
私だって現役の美術部ですよ。
I'm an active member of the art club, you know. That's right.
そんなに気を使わなくてもいいです。
You don't have to be so considerate. I guess I'm being too considerate without realizing it.
ともやさん、リクエストしていいかな。
What's a requisto? Oh, a request. Requesto is request. Tony's like, can I make a request? Yeah, anything's fine. Let's just make it come true.
喫茶店に行きたい。
Okay, something to do with tea. Go to something to do with tea. I want to go to a cafe. Okay, that makes sense. Doshita no? Which is like, what's wrong? Ikinai, which Ikinari, no, not Ikinai, Ikinari, which is something about going. What is wrong? Why? I have to ask Google Translate because it messed up the last bit. We don't need an extra katakana at the end. What is wrong all of a sudden?
前から行きたくて。わがままかな。
I have been wanting to go for a while. Am I being selfish? It's rare for me now, Chan, to make a request. It's rare? I don't think it's rare. But according to my plan, I'm going to the movie theater. Let's see, what should I do? Oh. If I were in the situation, I would say, well, I made this plan, right? Which is go to the movie theater. But we can always change the plan because I didn't consult you. I just made this up in my own head, right? You just tell the truth. Okay, now's the time. Let's go. Let's see which one is... Yeah, okay. I should have saved the game before that choice because there might have been this scene where you go to a movie with Minamo and it fails, but it might give me extra CG or something. So I'll have to remember to try to come back to that. See what that choice does at some point. Okay, let's go now.
よかった。いきなりだから嫌われるかと思った。
Glad. It was so sudden I thought you'd hate me. Of course not, but why?
伝説と呼ばれる特製パフェが食べたくて。
I wanted to eat a special parfait called a legend. Okay. So that's how it is.
バカにしてるでしょう。
You're making fun of me, aren't you? I'm not.
最近何でも欲張っちゃうから。
I've been getting greedy lately. Man, Minamo-chan sure ate a lot. Then you have to pay for it, don't you? It'll get cold. Taste it more and eat it. Get cold. Your stomach will get cold. Please savor the taste of the food.
冷たいんだからどんどん口に入れないと溶けちゃうじゃないですか。
Oh, and then this happens again. Okay, I see. That's why it's later. It's cold, so if you don't put it in your mouth more and more, it'll melt. Oh, he's trying to eat it while it's still cold. Okay. Now Chan was praising the parfait. I have coffee, though. The place Minamo-chan was talking about was the one I knew very well. The manager is grinning at me. I guess he's looking at a rare light cloud. Okay. Minamo-chan is currently struggling with the buffet, or the parfait, so her eyes naturally turn to the wind and clouds outside. Up until now, at times like this, I just create and project his face on my own. I just create an image of him and project it onto myself. Okay. Or an image of her or something. I don't know what this is. I take out the thing in my memory and make the other wind obscure. What the world? I take out that person from my memory and make the other Kazezowa no Kisato obscure. Complicated kanji got completely messed up. Is what happened here. Take out the thing in my memory and make the outline of the other scenery vague. Okay. What's Google Translate have to say about that? And blur the contours of the other scenery. Okay. I don't know if I'll be able to do it now. My consciousness was awakened by Minawa-chan's words delicious, and it's hard to lose. The past is all about the past. Wow, that's very profound. That's right, this is normal.
どうしたの、ともやさん。何一人で笑ってるの？
Okay, so what's wrong, Tomoya-san? But what's the next part? Why are you smiling all by yourself? Oh, that's why UA is like, always turns into smiling, because... Why are you laughing at yourself? Because that kanji, that's the second part of her name, means smiling or laughing, I guess. I'm not laughing.
笑ってたもん。
Nope, you were laughing. Uh...
変なの。それまではずっと厳しい顔してたのに。
It's weird. Until then, you had a stern look on your face. Okay. And then, what was this? No, we can't get the top part of that kanji. Okay. He says something about you're not... some sort of lid over seeing. So you're not looking at it right or something. Okay. Is Honto? Hontoni? Is Hontoni in kanji? Why is it sometimes kanji? She nodded and brought the parfait to her mouth.
何考えてたんですか？
What are you thinking? She suddenly cuts me off. Yeah, it's nothing. Chotto ne. A little, isn't it?
心がどっかに飛んでいったみたいでしたよ。私、どうしようかと思った。
I felt like my heart had flown off somewhere. I didn't know what to do. You're exaggerating.
そうかな。
Or felt like your heart had flown off somewhere. Okay, you think so? She keeps looking up at me. Apparently that was important to Minamo-chan.
私、彼女に見えますよね。
I look like her, don't I? I mean, the art style is the same. Yes, the character design is more similar to that of Ayaka's than, say, Shion's, for example. Minamo-chan gives me a look. Obviously, it's not a potato. So I presume that the top one is a confirmation. Yes, you look like her. Um, Mieruyo, or I can see it. Okay. Second one is, what's gotten into you all of a sudden? Well, I would have picked the top one if I was doing this blind. It'll probably give you a hint. Yes. Yeah, I can see it. Wait, what are you saying?
ならいいです。変なこと聞いちゃった。
Then that's fine. I asked something weird. Were you worried?
だって一人で放り出されたみたいだったから。
Because it looked like you had flown out by yourself. And every time Tomoe does that, apparently he's thinking about Ayaka. He isn't thinking about a story he reads or watched or his schoolwork or anything. No, he's just thinking about Ayaka. He's not thinking about me. Well, okay, that's kind of odd. That's not true.
何考えてたの？
Well, yeah, as far as we know from his internal monologue presented here, no, he wasn't actually thinking about Ayaka. He was just looking out the window. What were you thinking? Thinking about, like, the manager and stuff, apparently. A long time ago. Eh? Because I couldn't remember. I think it's because Minamo-chan's here.
それいいのかな？
Is that okay? I think it's fine. That's why I laughed. Minamo-chan didn't pause any longer. After that, the two of us chatted again. I ordered tea for Minamo-chan, who said that she was cold, right? Yes.
あったまるな。
It's so warm. Did it taste good?
はい。もう満足です。
Yes, I'm satisfied now. Eat this if you like it. On top of the plate the manager had brought, there were a number of cakes being served here, little by little. But do you have to pay for them? I mean, I presume. The manager, who hastily retreated into the back, looked satisfied. Thank you, manager.
食べてしまっていいんでしょうか？
Is it okay for me to eat it? I think it's okay.
わーい、いただきます。
Why? That's supposed to be borrowing. Oh, it's supposed to be yay? Okay. Let's dive in. Okay. Even I couldn't help but reach out. I didn't look out the window anymore.
リクエストしてここに来てよかった。
Requesto shite. Lena made a request and came here. Yes, if you had done the other choice, it would have been bad. Okay. Yeah, I think so too.
ともやさんがそう言ってくれて嬉しい。
I'm glad you said that, Tomoya-san. I forgot what he said already. I feel like I've been with Minamo-chan for a long time now. I think that's probably a happy thing.
こんなに食べちゃ太りますね、きっと。
I'm sure I'll gain weight if I eat this much, which for you might be a good thing. This much is fine.
運動しなきゃ。この後、公園まで行きませんか？
Some people are really inefficient and they can eat like a whole bunch of stuff and never gain weight, which was how I was for most of my life. In the past year or maybe a few months, it seems like I might have been able to break that. I might have been able to intentionally gain weight. We'll see. I'm one of those people who had a hard time gaining weight. Like, you could feed me anything and I just keep being skinny. That includes both fat and muscle. Have you? I have to get some exercise. Why don't we go to the park after this? Let's go. When I answered, she looked really happy. I'm glad there's less people here than I thought. I think it would have been awkward if someone like Wayo. I don't get it. That's the squirm, but who's Abeck? I don't get, where's the name? If there had been a lot of couples here, it would have been awkward. Why? You just blend in. I'm dressed like I'm looking at a fountain because it's a little odd. What? I don't know. Continuing.
何もかも思い通りです。
Like, what are you looking at? Everything is going according to plan. What do you mean? According as you wished. According to plan.
行きたいところにはあらかた行っちゃったし。友也さんがいるんですよね。こんなに長いこと一緒にいるの初めてじゃないかな。
I've mostly gone wherever I want to go. Tomoya-san is here, isn't he? Isn't this the first time I've been in the whole group for so long? Stayed with someone for so long or something like that? This is definitely the first time I spent most of the day with Minamo-chan. Minamo-chan's breathing right next to me. That's become the norm. Aren't you tired?
全然。でもお腹いっぱいで死にそう。
Not at all, but it's I'm so full of something that I feel like I might die. Probably, it's not food, it's not kaimono, but she's so full of something. It's not pus, of course. Of course, someone like me would get tired if he ate too much, because the body naturally does that. It puts you to sleep when I eat too much. That's true. After all, I've eaten almost all of that mountain of cake the manager gave me by myself. Where does that appetite come from in this tiny body? Have you ever heard of Molly Schuyler? If not, you're on YouTube already. Search her up. That's what I thought. And then Minamo-chan suddenly stands up and looks up at the sky. She looks like she's pretty much all cheery in that outfit. Outfit almost looks like a hooray. Like a cheer, okay? Like a pump up. Ha 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 ha. I couldn't help but laugh at her sudden strange behavior.
もう笑わないでよ智也さん。
Don't laugh, Tomoya-san. But that outfit, it doesn't make sense.
いいもん。星を見てるだけだもん。
Come on, grab. It's fine. I'm just looking at the stars. I don't think you need to do anything.
だって届かないから。広いね智也さん。
Because I won't reach you. It's too... I won't reach them. It's too big, Tomoya-san. Can't reach it. It's so spacious, Tomoya-san. Oh yeah, that whole, like, reaching for the stars thing. Big. It's so big. Rinawa-chan repeated to herself. It might not mean much, but I felt like I was looking at something very sacred.
すっごく楽しかった。
I had so much fun! Rinawa-chan shouts in an incredibly loud voice.
本当だぞー。
It's true! Really? Up at shouting at the stars. Well, that's like reverse naturalism, just shouting at the universe. I had so much fun! Really? She continues, trying to hide her embarrassment. Oh! For some reason, I try shouting too, in a voice as loud as Minamo-chan's. We both giggled at each other, partly because we were a little embarrassed.
大きな声出すって気持ちがいいですね。空見ていたら大きな声で叫ばないといけないような気がして頑張ったんです。聞こえました？
It feels good to yell so loudly. When I was looking at the sky, I felt like I had to shout loudly. I did my best. Did you hear me? Yes, I heard you. Yeah, kakoi maska. That, I heard a lot from my Japanese professor, because it was, of course, remote, it was over Zoom, and so, can you hear me was rather important. Minamo-chan's face is flushed.
宇宙の力ってすごいですよね。元気になっちゃった。
The universe is amazing, isn't it? I'm feeling better now. Maybe that's really it.
智也さん、海行きたい。夜の海。
Tomoya-san, I want to go to the beach. The beach at night. Right now?
うん。空見たから次は海。
Yeah, I saw the sky. So next is the sea. You can see it from this park.
近くからがいいの。目の前で。智也さんと二人で。
It's better to stay close by, right in front of me, just Tomoya-san and me.
海。
Beach! Beach! Oh, or sea, one or the other. Minamo-chan yells again. Okay, Yumi ni iko! Jeez, let's go to the beach, yes. I look at Minamo-chan. I'll never see Minamo-chan this happy. I've never seen Minamo-chan this happy before. Her expression is lively.
智也さん、 オリオン座です。寒くなってくると見えるんですよ。
Tomoya-san, it's Orion. You can see it when it gets cold. The constellations are floating so far away, and I felt faint.
海からでも見えるかな？
Can you see it from the sea? I don't know. How Japan's latitude, what Japan's latitude is exactly. Since it's so big, you'll definitely be able to see it.
そうだね。きっとそうだね。
Yeah, I'm sure you're right. It's getting late, and I'm sure my family is worried about me. So why don't we do it another time at night? Probably your family is worried about you, right? What he meant. Because he doesn't have family at home. Tomoya doesn't have family at home. Conveniently. Besides, Minamo-chan isn't very healthy.
今度？
Next time? Yeah, next time.
絶対？
Definitely? Ah, sit tight. Yes, definitely.
約束だよ。
Is that a promise? Hmm. And so we headed home. The sea at night, huh? Come to think of it, I feel like Minamo-chan was drawing something like that. Well, that's kind of an abstract thing to draw, because it's really, like, it's a lot of black, a lot of dark colors if you draw it, like, photorealistically. Homeroom ends. Now then, I think I'll go see Minamo. I walk towards the first year class.
ともちゃん。
Yue says, Tomo-chan. Ah, Yue, why are you here?
ともちゃん、みなもちゃん探してるんでしょ？
Tomo-chan, you're looking for Minamo-chan, aren't you? Yue interrupting me. Yeah, Yue interrupted me and said, "There's nothing to hide," so I answer, "Ah, so dakado." That's correct. But that is a discriminator problem where it's grabbing a bunch of the background. Yeah, that's right.
みなもちゃん、また入院しちゃったよ。
Minamo-chan's in the hospital again.
今度は重いんだって。
This time, it's heavy. Minamo-chan is in the hospital, the Boyne. Don't tell me you're sick because I dragged you around late last night. Is it gonna be my fault? Yeah. Okay. Damn, she wasn't strong. I just recently had a fever too. Well, why is that mentioned? What an idiot I am. I was worried about her health at all because of the. I wasn't worried about her health at all because of the fun of our date. What did Yue say? This time, it is heavy. That's right, that's what she said. Shaking off the anxiety that hung over me like a dark cloud, I ran to the hospital. Everyone ran to the hospital where Minamo had been admitted. Yeah, this is really weird. Oh, you have a background for the hospital. Okay, background for the exterior and interior. Minamo was in the hospital room. She closed her eyes, breathing slowly. I can't tell if she's awake or not from the way she's acting. Unable to talk to her, I stood by her side for a while. We're gonna get the CG of her in the bed, sort of like in Ever 17, where you have the CG of Tsugumi in the bed. There's lots of versions of it. A doctor entered the hospital room. As I approached her bed, I took out my pulse. It's as he approached the bed, he took the pulse. He takes her pulse, okay. But you can see her breathing, so you know she has a pulse, right? The breathing goes, and then the pulse. Her arms were pale as she peeked out from under the covers. By the way, it's very archaic. If you go into a hospital in the United States, which is just a little bit not as bad as going to a prison, it might be worse in some circumstances, they just put a clamp on your finger that measures your pulse, which is connected to some machine, which will beep at you if it stops measuring your pulse. And so you have someone checking your pulse periodically. Yes, and you have to try to sleep with this thing on your finger, and then they put a blood pressure cuff on you, and this stupid thing where it measures how hard you're breathing because it like goes around your nose and beeps at you if you're breathing too hard, which meant in my case it beeped at me the entire time because my lungs just like to do things. Okay. So it seems odd that the doctor would check a pulse, right? That's not what you would do nowadays. You would just... The computer would have the pulse in it. On the underside of her elbow was the mark of a needle being inserted. Yeah, the IV thing. There's so many things in the hospital that they have to do because of some sort of liability which really are unnecessary because there's no actual chance that I would actually die. And it's especially worse like before you do a surgery because it's like, no, it's going to take me a long time for whatever I need to get the surgery for to kill me. I will not be dead by morning. After the surgery, it might be a little bit more important, but it's still ridiculous. Like, there's just so much ridiculous. It's not going to end abruptly as soon as you're discharged. That's the funny thing. Her breathing was neither high nor low, maintaining a certain weakness. Oh, yeah, they have to take your blood every day? Okay, well, I should stop ranting. Suddenly, her composure was broken. There was irregular breaths mixed in. I couldn't stand it. Yeah, speaking of Tsugumi, this is where Kirei syndrome kicks in, right? I mean, we're in the same universe as that, because there's Kirei syndrome, considering that Jewel Chocolate exists in this universe. After all, it's clearly my fault that this happened to Minamo. Because I dragged her around. Minamo. I couldn't read anything from her expression as she stared at me with her eyes closed. Oh, I don't know how that's supposed to work, but okay. However, the space between her closed eyelids was slightly damp. Or moist. She looked like she was crying. That was the only thing that added color to everyone's expressionless faces. It was my fault for dragging her around. Unable to bear it any longer, I spoke to the doctor. Which is odd because usually you would speak to the nurse. Rarely ever does the doctor actually walk in. Yeah, it's my fault. I was the one who dragged her around until late last night. Because of that. No. Do not worry. It is not your fault. I don't know what she said to you, but she hasn't healed. From what? Has not healed? That is right. So it is not your fault. What do you mean? She is seriously ill. She is really sick. So heavy also means serious, right? Yeah. That kanji means heavy or serious. And it might be the same word in Japanese as well as the same kanji. With that, the doctor left the hospital room in the same tone as when he came in. But sick how, though? We're not going to make up a disease? I couldn't move. My gaze wanders between the places where the doctor used to be. What is going on here? Minamo is seriously ill? What's going on here? Minamo is seriously ill? The same thoughts, I presume, spin around, kura in my head. Or gura, that's what it is. Gura in my head. Minamo, question mark. Minamo, explanation, question mark. Sona no ka, is that so? I suddenly saw her face. Beneath everyone's expressionless eyelids, beneath these dampened faces, I could see her face. Or beneath, okay, expressionless eyelids and the tears. Ayaka. I can see her face in the distance through Minamo. I desperately tried to drown it out. Minamo, you also. I'm cursed! You're leaving from beside me also? Lie! Wanta. Lie! No way. So that is why. I'm gonna go to Carmen now. That is why Minamo is trying to seize the present. Oh. That's the twist. Okay. That is why Minamo is always working so hard. Because she only had so much time. That's why Minamo is so... But I can't do anything for her. Right? No way. That can't be. After that, I decided to visit Minamo every day and go to the hospital. In any case, I wanted to spend a minute or even a second longer with her. I was worried that being hospitalized would make her lose her energy. As a doctor, as not a doctor, All I can do is stay by her side and watch over her so she doesn't get depressed. Minamo didn't say anything about her illness. I didn't mention the illness either.
ともやさん、私またこれで勉強遅れちゃいそうですね。
Looks like the outfit she gets to wear is something that like you can have your friend come and visit you in. Tomoya-san looked like I'll be late studying again. Looks like I'll be late studying again. This can get really embarrassing, more hospital ranting, where you're in a hospital gown that doesn't have a back and no underwear, particularly because you're wearing a catheter. And
でもね、ともやさん、私頑張るんだ。今度は遅れないようにしっかり勉強するんだ。
But Tomoya-san, I'm going to do my best. This time I'll be going to study hard so I won't be late. Yeah, that's great. You're great, Minamo.
偉いですか？
Whoops. That was not intentional. I just accidentally skipped a line. Is that great? Okay, Minamo, I'll come here every day to teach you. So, let's study hard.
へえ、本当ですか？
Is that true? Of course.
やったー！よろしくお願いしますね、ともや先生。
Yeah, I'm counting on you, Tomoya-san. Yoroshiku onegaishimasu. Tomoya-sensei, yep. Nice to meet you, too. However, please spare me math, physics, and English. Wait, those are all the hard stuff.
はい、ともや先生。
Yes, Tomoya-sensei. So, but he's good at history, apparently. Okay, now we have this CG. Let me... At least the first version of it, by itself. Sometimes Minamo looks like she was in a lot of pain.
ともやさん？
Tomoya-san? Daijoubu, Minamo?
はい、大丈夫です。
Yes, I'm okay. If it hurts, I'll call the teacher right away.
サイン、コサイン、タンジェント。
Autographs, cosines, tangents. Oh. Signs. Sign. It turns into autograph. I get it. Sine. Cosine. Tangent. 110 secretary. Caught one casket. Even at a time like that, Minamo desperately tried to keep studying.
三角定理のことなんですが、ともや先生。
About the triangle theorem, Tomoya-sensei. Which triangle theorem? You mean, there's a law of sines, there's a law of cosines. Triangle angle sum theorem, which is the vertices, sum of the vertices. The angles of the vertices is pi. Are you really okay, Minamo?
三角。
So 3 somethings. What 3 of? 3 vertices. Minamo, you can't do math. Minamo, you're no good at math.
サイン、コサイン、
This author is no good at math either. You can't do math, Minamo.
サイン、コサイン、
Sine, cosine, and tangent?
あの
Well, sine means hollow, doesn't it? But what does that have to do with this? Gomin, which is sorry.
トモヤさん、
Tomoya-san, okay. Wasn't it fun? Wasn't fun? Let's put the ellipses back in. It wasn't fun.
手握っててくれませんか？
Could you hold my hand? Minamo had feverish eyes. It doesn't look like she's mad at my stupid joke. She looked like she was in quite a bit of pain.
トモヤさん、握って。
Tomoya-san, hold it. Are you okay, Minamo? I gently took her hand.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you. Very formally. After a while, Minamo starts breathing quietly in her sleep. New background. Well, this is like a lobby of some sort. On days when Minamo was healthy, the two of us explored the hospital together.
はい、皆さん、左手をご覧ください。
Yes, everyone, please look at your left hand. Okay. Hi.
こちらに見えますのが、この病院の玄関口、受付でございます。
What can you see here is the continuity of the entrance day of this hospital. What you see here is the entrance to the hospital. Yes, I came in through there. Yes.
保険証は毎月、月初めにお出しください。
Please present your health card at the beginning of each month. Yes.
右手に見えるのが、この病院の出口です。
To the right, you can see the exit of this hospital. Yes.
患者さんは、パジャマのまま、外に出ないようにしてください。
Please don't go outside in your pajamas. Yes.
外出するときは、
When I go out. Now his words trail off. At the entrance to the hospital, the patients and their families were just about to leave the hospital, grappling with the doctors and nurses.
外出するときは、看護師さんの許可を。
When you go out, get permission from the nurse. Let's go back to your room. Actually, they can't really do anything to you if you just walk out of the hospital. You can just do it if you want to. It's tempting. Sometimes. What are you gonna do? A few days have passed since Minamo was hospitalized. I don't really know if everyone's progress has improved or not. However, I understand that Minamo herself is starting to feel quite uneasy and irritated about this hospitalization.
ともやさん、
Tomoya-san. Nai? Which I guess...
覚えてる？
Nani. I wish I knew what this kanji was. Got this twice now. Well, try in the backlog, but it didn't work in the backlog last time. Eh? Kaku. But let me now put it into Google Translate. Awakening. Let me grab a notepad. It's on the wrong monitor. Why open to the other monitor? How do I get it back to this monitor without... Oh, wait. Man, I hate that. Okay. Move. Oh. Move. Click. Okay, got it. Oh, it won't go into Notepad. Great. Turn to Kana? Nope. Okay. Let's try typing this Ate Eru. Okay, so it's something to do with awake. Are you paying attention, maybe? Eh?
ほら、あの時、約束したこと。
But I'm gonna grab another tab of Google Translate, and then paste it in, so I have it for future reference. If I need that kanji again, because it's really hard to OCR. Okay. You know what I promised you back then? What you promised me back then? Oh yeah, to go to the beach. Was that when we went on a date?
そう、覚えててくれました？
That's right. You remember now. Okay, so those questions are you noble? Do you remember? Okay. Okay. Mochiron? Of course.
私、本当に海、行きたい。
I really want to go to the beach.
夜の海、見に行きたい。
I want to go see the sea at night. Yeah, let's
今
go.
すぐ行きたい。
I want to go right now. You can't do that, Minamo.
みなも早く行きたいの。早く行って夜の海、絵に描きたいの。
I want to go quickly and paint the sea at night. Once you're discharged from the hospital, let's go to the beach first thing. Just escape the hospital. Just bolt. I promise, we'll definitely go to the beach.
うん。
So, do you think it'll heal soon?
うん。約束だからね。
You haven't described what this is, because there is no disease like this that exists. It's a promise, okay? We're just wait it out. You're like, what is that? You know, that sometimes hurts. What is that? I didn't feel like going straight home, so I spent most of my time in the hospital waiting room thinking. I mean, it could be cancer, I guess. Like, if. Because that does cause pain, and she might have to. It's really odd, though, to have a cancer where you're admitted to the hospital the entire time. Usually it lets you go home. It looks like Minamo's weakened day by day. I wonder what the truth is. The doctor said it was serious. I wonder when the body will heal. Will the surgery cure it? Will surgery cure it? Oh dear. This is sounding very cancery now. It's like they're doing chemo to shrink the cancer and then, And then after a chunk enough, go for a surgery type deal is what this sounds like. Is there anything I can do? Hey, you are. Suddenly a voice falls from above my head. I look up to see the doctor. Minamo's doctor. You come to visit Ibuki-san every day, don't you? Yes. Are you Ibuki-san's boyfriend? I noticed they don't use like a Japanese word for boyfriend, of which there are. You don't have to borrow a word for a different language, but it literally is in katakana. Boy furendo. Yes, that's right. Hi, so this. Name it, claim it, I guess. The doctor seemed to be indebted to her. Indebted to her? Is that the right word? Whoops. Doctor seemed appreciative. Is that so? Doctor slowly looks into my eyes. Oh, and it's going to be a truth test. Then I should tell you the truth. But that's on my Uchikoshi bingo card, terminal disease. Because it's so common in Uchikoshi games. That being said, although Uchikoshi wrote a lot of this game, right? He wrote the UI route, which I read 2 recordings ago. Apparently, he did not write this route. And it's unclear whether or not he, like, scenarioed it out, or whether just a different author just had free reign as to what was going to happen here. But he would have known about it if it was in a game he worked on. Okay. Whoops. You. What is your name? Mikami Tomoya desu. It is Mikami Tomoya. The doctor silently nodded repeatedly and slowly sat down next to me. Says some things. We're going to have a hide from the reader situation. What I heard from the doctor, Minamo's doctor, was far too heavy for me to know. The kanji are wrong, and I don't know what it's supposed to be, but it was really serious, and he didn't want to hear it. Her illness wasn't very likely to be cured. In order to heal her, it is necessary to find a donor who matches her blood type and perform a transplant surgery. Okay, I'm going to pause the encoding to do something. Okay, I'm back. For some reason, I had a tendency to like to speculate about this, like, oh, wait, maybe it's leukemia, and she requires a bone marrow transplant. The problem is the authors probably did not decide what it was exactly, because they didn't think they needed to. But then if she needs a kidney, you could say, well, I don't know exactly how kidney donating works. I would presume that the whoever's paying for the recipient's health care, like their health insurance or out of pocket or whatever, would pay you, the donor, for the kidney. So there'd be some money. You get some money for it. Again, I don't know how it works in Japan either. So, but Minamo wouldn't have to pay for it because probably she has some sort of infrastructure set up that everyone else pays for it in some sort of pool. So you would get, if Tomoya donates a kidney to Minamo, then and he gets the money, then he could then use the money to buy Minamo her art book and her dress. And resolve all of that with a couple scars involved and minus one kidney. A donor of the same type. Here we go. Of course, if it's not a kidney, some of these things you have to have the person be dead. You know, like a heart, right? She needs a heart. Yeah, you can't just donate your heart and still exist. That's a bad ending. But at the moment, Minamo doesn't have a donor. Here we go. Please make me a donor. Okay, I gotta deal with my oven now. Okay. I said that right away. Well, if you go through with that and Tomoya donates an organ, that leaves open the possibility that if you do not do Minamo's route, then Minamo dies. That'd be kind of a fridge realization. It gets even sillier in Never 7 because the characters get in this life-threatening situation that you have to figure out a way to save them in each of their routes, but they wouldn't even get in the life-threatening situation if you don't choose their route. So the main character is kind of solving a problem of his own creation. But this actually would be the case regardless of which route you chose. The doctor slowly looked into my eyes once more as he spoke. Yeah, you realize you don't know what you need to donate here. Well then, I'll have to examine you first. As opposed to, are you sure, bud? Please do it right now. And do some paperwork, lots of paperwork. But just so you know, as a donor, there's a low probability that you match the patient's type. The odds of matching are 1 in 4 siblings, and other than that, 1 in every few hundred to tens of thousands. Okay, so this is not a blood type. This is some sort of other, polysaccharide business. Is that so? Ah. Dosuru, what should we do? But please, even if the odds are low, if there's a possibility, I want to try it. I didn't hesitate. Well, even if you don't match Ibuki-san's type, you can still be useful to other patients. Oh my goodness, your decision is not delayed. Oof. Oof. Well, thanks for volunteering to donate an organ to anybody. It's not too late. It's not too late to make your decision. Doctor gripped me firmly by the shoulders, patted me lightly on the end, and you mean back. I could see it being the same word, and stood up. The posterior. Also, there's one more thing. It might be better for you to know about this as well. Doesn't say what we're donating. The doctor kept his hand on the back of the sofa as he spoke. Ibuki-san is aware of this illness. Well, yes. Is that supposed to be a surprise? Minamo knew about her illness. Well, yes. The probability of her own illness being cured was quite low. Carpe diem, baby. The need for a transplant surgery. Also, the fact that this isn't the time to say, let's go to the beach. It's only at this moment that I finally realize the true strength of everyone's hearts. On that day, I immediately applied for an examination. It is said that even siblings only have 1 out of 4 chance of matching the type, whatever that is. I don't know what this is. If someone knows in the comments who watches all this stuff, like what type they're referring to, let me know. And can guess from this 1 in 4 figure what organ exactly is being donated. I would presume it's a kidney because this doesn't sound like something where if you donate the organ you die. Since I'm not related to her by blood, I don't think I'll ever be able to match her type. But if it's me or everyone else, maybe. I had a faint, baseless hope. Again and again, I wished that would really happen. I prayed over and over again. I had to wait a few more days until the day of the examination. We did take a really invasive biopsy. Minamo starts drawing a picture of me and her. It was the wind and the cloud that the two of them were gazing at the sea at night. As we gaze into the distance, we can see the ocean at night.
どうしてなんだろう、ともやさん。ともやさんの顔はうまく描けるのに、自分の顔はなんだかうまく描けないよ。
Well, based on how Minamo can walk around sometimes and such, it doesn't seem like she's on dialysis. So if she's not on dialysis, then does she really need doesn't that suggest she doesn't need a kidney? Anyway, continuing. I wonder why Tomoya-san, I can draw Tomoya-san's face well, but I can't draw my own face well. Because you can't see your own face as often? I mean, mirrors exist, but you look at other people's faces more often than you look at your own. Really? Minamo used a mirror when she drew her own face. I drew it on the drawing paper while looking at... She drew it on the drawing paper while looking at herself in the mirror. Well, I've drawn my face, like, once, pretty accurately. Yes, I used a mirror. My face is actually kind of difficult. Eventually, you'll be able to draw it well.
そうかな。
Think so? Yeah, that's right. Maybe it's because you're not used to drawing your own face. Yeah, it's like, if you asked me to describe my face in words, I would have a very difficult time doing it. And if someone were to draw my face, based on my description in words, they would not get close. I would say I have a unibrow, which doesn't really help. I have a brow ridge that might be more prominent than average, which makes my eyes more shielded looking. I have prominent kind of what you call sleep deprivation like bags under my eyes, but they're still there even if I'm not sleep deprived. It's just the way the face is shaped. There's just a lot to that, and that crease underneath the eye there that makes that area prominent is very defined. Have very defined dimples, very puffy lips, very big puffy lips. Nose that is very generic, nothing really stands out about it, but is kind of, it does not have a narrow bridge. It has more of a wider bridge. And the nostrils do not stick out beyond the bridge very much. So if you try to like go for big nostrils, you mess up. And the whole thing is very narrow and tall. It's a very interesting exercise. Narrow and tall, generally, and there's more, like, if you just follow those specific directions, you won't even get close. Continuing on. Yeah. My face is on my head. So don't I have to see it for... Don't you have to see it for yourself to draw it? Didn't I tell you before? What? You said before that you can draw my face without seeing it in real life because you have it in your head, right? Yeah. Exactly. It's hard for Minami to draw her own face because she hasn't thought about it yet.
そうでしょうか。
Is that so? That is so.
そうだね。よーし、頑張るぞ。
You're right. And then Yoshi, whatever that means. I'll do my best. Yeah, she said she'll be able to... You'll be able to draw yourself in no time.
そうだ、ともやさん。今度カメラを持ってきてください。
That's right, Tomoe-san, please bring a camera next time. Camera?
私を撮ってほしいの。自分の顔描くときにね、鏡だといちいち覗かなきゃいけないでしょ。でもほら、写真だったら横に置いておけるからいいなって思って。
Yeah, I want you to take a picture of me. When you draw your own face, you have to take a peek at it in the mirror, don't you? But look, if it's not true... well, it's not true if it's a picture. You can keep it next to you. So I thought that would be fine. It would be fine, or that would be good. I see, that's a good idea. Okay, next time I come here, I'll bring a camera. And actually what they're going to do is they're going to take a selfie themselves together, aren't they?
ありがとう。
Thank you. And it's going to be drawn, and we're going to actually get a picture of it. Even to an amateur like me, Minamo's treatment seems to be getting more intense. It looks like the medicine is getting stronger. The length of the IV dripping sisterhood is increasing. What? Okay, Google Translate. I don't want to say what Google Translate says that is. Which kanji got messed up? Ah. This one's wrong. Okay. It's probably the IV tree is getting bigger. Google Translate's nuts. Okay. Even when I visited her, she wasn't in bed often. She was away for inspections and stuff. Sometimes, even when I visited her, she would continue to sleep without noticing. Now that I think about it, there were times when I thought she was waiting for me to come. Whoops, I skipped a line. Somehow. It's like... Today, as promised the other day, I brought my camera. Clopped off some of that. But since I was going to be taking pictures of Minamo, I wanted to capture the expression on her face as she smiled. And so I made a suggestion to everyone. Minamo, do you want to play Shiritori? I don't know what that is, but okay. Maybe Google Translate will help. No.
しりとり
Huh? Shiritori, what is that? Minamo looks a little surprised. Sometimes I need to take a break. You need to take a break, not just study. I do it with Sheen all the time, and Shiritori showdown. The loser treats the winner to lunch on Saturday.
ふーん
Okay, Sa, Minamo, Yaru, which is let's do it.
じゃあ負けた方は勝った方におごることになるの
So the loser gets to treat the winner? Oh, well, it's not like Sheen. That's right, I'm depressed. Oh, let's do that. I'll get more fired up that way. Oh, that's right. Let's do that. That will motivate me. Okay, I'm depressed. Shouldn't be in this.
そうですね気合入ります
It is anyway. I'm all fired. I'll get fired up. Okay, I don't know what this is. Okay, then. You can start with Minamo this time. Just this once. Then, as a special favor, you can start with everyone this time. And everyone? Okay, you can just start.
はいそれじゃあしりとり
Then, Shiritori, whatever that means. Oh, so you're the first one to call me Shiritori, huh? You're pretty good. Well, I don't know what this is. Okay, let's go. Lipo dance. Rimpo dance. What is that?
すり
Suri. Ritsugi. Which, that's kanji though. That should mean something, shouldn't it? Duty. Okay.
ぎり
law. Obligation. Okay. Cooking. Is that Riori? Yeah, it's probably Riori. Okay. This rhyme game.
倫理
Oh, isn't he on the same kanji? Okay. It's ethics, but it just ends on that kanji, right? That ri. Ri. What? Why is it ri?
さあなんででしょう
I don't know. I wonder why. Well then, Riyaka.
カタツムリ
Which I guess is a snail. Re. This is bad. I can't think of anything that starts with re, apparently. Minamo, after Riyaka, instead of ka, it's extended. It's a vowel extender. So you need to start with an ah as opposed to a ka, basically is what he's trying to say.
へえそうなんだじゃあアリ
Then ari, whatever ari means. Again, what's going on?
どうしたんですかともやさんもしかして高3ですか
What's wrong, Tomoya-san? Are you surrendering? Ume. I mean, isn't just words that start with re? Can't you say like Ringo or something? Isn't that an apple?
ともやさん
Tomoya-san?
ともやさん
Tomoya-san? I'm sorry, I lost.
やったー
Yatta. There, I quickly readied my camera. Kaya. Well, it's kasha. There you go. Kasha is the onomatopoeia. Okay. Ah. I'm sure it's a good shot.
そっかそのために
I see, so that's why. I'll bring it to you as soon as it's developed.
ありがとうございます
This is 1999, where they had to develop the film. Thank you very much. Hehe. Hehe. Two of us laughed together for a while. Minamo looked a little tired, perhaps because she's laughing too much.
みなもちょっと横になりたいからごめんねともやさん
Minamo, I want to lie down for a bit. Oh, Minamo wants to lie down for a bit. Sorry, Tomoya-san. I might have gotten carried away. Sorry, Minamo. I'll come back tomorrow.
ありがとうともやさん明日は現代文よろしくお願いします
Thank you, Tomoya. I'll leave the modern writing to you tomorrow, which I presume is like a topic of study, modern writing. Of course, good night, Minamo.
はい、気をつけて帰ってね、ともやさん。
Be careful on your way home, Tomoyo-san. Don't get hit by a car. That said, I was too worried to go home right away. I've been watching Minamo for a while after leaving the hospital room. I'm worried. Sure enough, Minamo folded her body in two in pain and was crouched down on the bed. Unable to do anything, I just stood there and watched. Her clenched fist made a grinding sound. I felt like my entire body had been chopped to pieces. That day, I went to a nearby photo shop to pick up Mukushin, the picture that I took the other day. The development had been completed. I was looking forward to seeing the smile of the energetic Minamo. But
やっぱり書いても書いてもうまく書けないよ。ちょっと時間が経つとすぐ私の顔が私の顔じゃなくなるんだもん。
I still can't draw well no matter how hard I try. After a little time passes, my face won't be mine anymore.
どうしてだろう。どうしてともやさん。やっぱり自分の顔を描くのは難しいです。早く写真が現像できないかな。
I wonder why. Why, Tomoya-san? It's hard to draw my own face after all. I hope I can develop a picture soon. Sorry, I forgot. I'll go get it tomorrow. I'm really sorry, okay? Oh, you mean he didn't forget it, did he? Just the picture didn't come out right, right? That's what I'm getting out of this?
お願いばっかりでこっちこそごめんなさい。
Didn't. Now I'm the one who should be apologizing for asking so much of you. Everyone's photo, the photo was in my bag. Minamo's photo was in my bag. I took a picture out of the bag in front of the store earlier and I saw it. I'm surprised. Very surprised. That's why I couldn't give it to her.
どうしてだろう。また書き直しだ。
I wonder why. I will redraw it again. I looked in the mirror, it compared it to the picture, and scrubbed it out. But it doesn't disappear, so I take out a new sheet of drawing paper. Or she does. I knew it. I remember my face well. Her face well, so I can draw it right away, but Minamo doesn't remember her own face at all.
そうでしょうか。
Is that so? So. But I knew. I can see Minamo's face getting haggarder by the day. The fact that I had to redraw my portrait in time with her increasingly worn out face. But is that the mystery of the photo? Is just what it looks like? It's just the face is deteriorated? Or is it there's something else? You're such a tease, whoever wrote this. It was impossible to draw as I saw it in the mirror. Everyone's bodies had lost weight. Minamo's body had lost weight much faster than everyone else's, and things were falling apart. Minamo's repaints her portrait over and over again. But I couldn't show her the picture. If I show you the picture, It was easy to imagine that when I compared that picture to her current self, Minamo would probably get depressed. Oh, I see. It won't match. That's the thing. Okay. There was no way I could do that. Only the portrait of. Only my portrait is already completed. And snuggled up next to it was a faceless portrait of Minamo. After that, Minamo didn't talk much about photography. She didn't say it out loud, even though she thought it through in her heart, so she wouldn't let me worry about her. Question mark? Or maybe she realized why I didn't want to show her. That day I had a donor examination. Minamo was drawing on a piece of drawing paper next to her with a canvas she brought from home. Or, I presume, it says crevasse, but that's probably because the superscript on the ha got turned from a pa to a ba by the OCR. Should be canvas. It's the ocean. Or Minamo peers into my face. I desperately try to hold back my tears. They nod over and over again. Yeah, let's go to the beach. Minamo adds an even darker color to the painting. It was the sea at night. Minamo looks at me again to confirm. I said that without making a sound. The sea at night, the sea at night. Minamo paints a picture of the ocean with the silhouette of me as I gaze at it. I didn't even try to draw her face anymore. She did not. It's probably her, right? Did not even try to draw her face anymore. The sea looks cold at night. She made a trembling gesture. Then Minamo redraws their silhouettes closer and closer to each other. And then she drew a single withered leaf that fell to the surface of the night sea. The picture of dead leaves the moment they reach the surface of the water. The withered leaf sinks to the bottom of the sea without any way to shine. Right or correct? Or Minamo didn't draw until the end of those. Did not depict what would become of the dead leaves. She depicted what would become of herself. Falling leaves glittering gold on the water's surface. I remember the light cloud I saw when I was... Well, it's not wolf, but it's back then, right? I'm sure Minamo hasn't moved from what she remembered. I'm sure Minamo hasn't moved on as she remembered or something like that. I don't know. Translators are not cooperating. She smiled gently as she showed me the drawing paper. I was waiting for the results of the examination. I'm sure I'll get good results. Because I'm the protagonist. And this plot has to resolve somehow. I wish that over and over again. Minamo was asleep today. To avoid getting in her way, I gently moved to the round chair next to her. Her closed eyelids are damp. She looks like she's crying. I remember the first time I visited her at the hospital. She had closed her eyes like this back then, too. And in the same way, her eyelids were damp. Minamo, who I thought was asleep, suddenly opened her eyes.
智也さん、早く迎えに来てね。
Tomoya-san, hurry up and pick me up. She looked at me with sad eyes. Yeah, I'll come pick you up. Once we're all better, you'll be the first.
水面がすっかり良くなったら
When she is better, so
すっかり良くなるって、それまでは迎えに来てくれないの？
you said feeling better. Will you come pick me up then? え？
水面がすっかり良くなるまでは迎えに来てくれないの？
Will you not come pick me up until I'm completely better? Minamo.
もしすっかり良くなる前に私智也さんの前から
If before I get any better, I'll be in front of Tomoya-san. If before I get better, I want to see you, Tomoya. Okay. Minamo! I screamed. I wasn't trying to cheer her up, I was just shouting for myself. I don't want to lose it. Or I don't want to lose. I don't want to lose Minamo. Put my lips on everything that makes me imagine that. I wanted to yell at her. Huh. Well, some sort of licking in lips and stuff that's not... It's some misread kanji, but I wanted to shout that at everyone. I did not want to lose
水面
Minamo.
どうなっちゃうんだろう。思うように勉強もできない。思うように外にも出られない。思うように絵も描けない。
I wonder what's going to happen to Minamo. I can't study as much as I want. I can't go outside as I want. I can't draw as I want.
毎日智也さんは来てくれる。たのに私は何も返すことができない。
Every day, Tomoya-san comes, and yet I can't return anything.
来てもらうだけ。勉強教えてもらうだけ。でも私は水面は智也さんに何もしてあげられない。
I'll just have you come study and teach me, but I can't do anything for you, Tomoya-san.
こっちから智也さんのお家に行くことも、お弁当を持って外でスケッチすることも、智也さんの教室に行って一緒に勉強することも。
I won't go to Tomoya-san's house. I won't sketch outside with my lunch. I won't go to Tomoya-san's classroom and study with him.
全部智也さんが私にしてくれることばかりで、私からは何にもしてあげられない。
Everything Tomoya-san does for me, and I can't do anything for him. Daijoubu. Daijoubu dayo, Minamo. Which is like, yeah, it's okay, Minamo. If you can leave the hospital, have you do that as many times as you want. This is fine for now.
今は
Now? Minamo smiles quietly.
ごめんなさい。ついわがままみたいなこと。
I'm sorry. I was just being selfish. What's a wagamama? You're not being wagamama, which I guess means selfish. You're not being selfish. I'm the one who can't do anything for you. The next day, I was finally informed of the results of the examination. I got my ears blasted. Unfortunately, that was the doctor's answer. There is nothing I could do about this. So subversion. No type match. Is Yue gonna jump in? Oh dear, this is... So desu ka. That's how it is. Ah. I wonder if she'll be okay. If we don't find someone soon. Minamo... Yes, if we don't find it soon. Why can't we find it now? Find a donor now? I knew it was a meaningless question. There's no way there's a reason. Or, I mean, it's because no one has died or decided to give up an organ voluntarily. However, I couldn't help but ask. Did the doctor reply with unexpected words? Itan dayo. I was there. What? Oh, 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 oh. Why would you think like that? Why would you go like, well, we would have had a donor. Why would you think like that? That's kind of a messed up way to think, honestly. Oh well. There is a donor who matches her type. Eh? I'm sorry, but she passed away. Passed away? Right before the transplant. Oh, they planned to do it? There was an accident. Oh, that doesn't prevent the transplant. In fact, depending on the organ, that makes it possible. An accident. They're probably gonna do it like, no, it wasn't actually that person. She was Ibuki-san's cousin. Yes, she was as devoted as you, and she always came to visit her. It was 3 years ago. I didn't think it would turn into an accident. Ayaka. It was Ayaka. As long as Ayaka was alive, Minamo. If I hadn't summoned Ayaka back then, she wouldn't have had an accident. And if it wasn't for that accident, Minamo. I couldn't visit everyone in Minamo in the hospital anymore. Now that I've heard about Ayaka, what kind of face should I make to see her? Minamo knew everything. If I hadn't summoned Ayaka, she could have lived forever. Well, not forever, but a whole lifetime, I guess. She knew that, but she didn't hold a grudge against me. She was trying not to hurt me, so she kept it hidden in her heart. Ayaka-chan isn't the kind of girl to hold a grudge against others. Those words that Minamo once said were truly her own words. Just thinking about it makes me helplessly sad. I'm so pathetic, apparently, that the bottom of my heart aches as if it were just barely squeezing me. Forever and ever, tears flowed endlessly down my cheeks. I wonder how much time has passed. How many days had passed? Minamo? Is it related to your illness, Minamo?
Tomo!
Yue, right? Tomo?
Tomo-chan.
Tomo-chan? A familiar voice.
Tomo-chan.
Tomo-chan? Yue?
Tomo-chan. Minamo-chan.
Tomo-chan, Minamo-chan.
さっき、病院に行ってきた。みなもちゃんに会ってきた。
I went to the hospital earlier. I met Minamo-chan.
みなもちゃん、ね。
Minamo-chan, is it?
聞いてる？聞こえてるよね？ともちゃん？
So kite to listen, right? You're listening. You're listening, Tomo-chan.
みなもちゃん、ね。
Minamo-chan, ne? He's
み
silent.
なもちゃん、どうしよう。私、どうしよう。みなもちゃん。
Minamo-chan, what should I do? What should I do? I was crying on the other end of the phone.
ともちゃん、行ってあげてよ。みなもちゃんのところ、あの子、頑張ってるよ。
Tomo-chan, go to her, Minamo-chan's place. She's doing her best.
でも、一人で頑張ってるの。一人で。だから、行ってあげてよ。ねえ、行ってあげてよ。ねえ、ともちゃん。
I'm doing my best by myself alone, so go, hey, Tomo-chan.
絶対だよ。絶対。
Absolutely, absolutely.
絶対だからね。
Swear. Oh. What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? If I hadn't summoned Ayaka back then, none of this would have happened. It's my fault. It's my fault. Can I go see her now? Hey, Yue? How can you go see her? Well... Then she shows up at your door. Yue? That's enough. Leave me alone. Hitori Shitekure. Which is, leave me alone. You're persistent, Yue. Why don't you just cut it out? Okay, what are these? Listen? It's listening. What's the other one? I can't get the way my OBS is set up, it's hard to grab it, but go to front door. Cover my ears. Okay, no, we're going to go to the front door because I want the ending. So. The hints are so stupid in that context, but whatever. I went to the front door. The one ringing the doorbell was... There you go. It wasn't UA. Minamo? Minamo's already exhausted. Her body is so frail. Frail, and it was so frail it was heartbreaking. She's out of breath and her hips are wobbling. Minamo, nande?
だっていつまで待ってても迎えに来てくれないんだもん。
No matter how long I wait, he won't come for me. Don't tell me you slipped out. She nodded. Well, we gotta take her to meet somebody. Tom Fablin come to Japan? Where's Tom? There's Tom where you need him. He might exist in this universe. After all, Jewel Chocolate exists in this universe. Hey, but speaking of Jewel Chocolate, we have somebody else who might help. Who might actually be in Japan. Although, no, she wouldn't be available probably at this time. Depends on when depends on where you would sync the times up. If UA was a child in 2011, then... No, it's 2007, right? No, 2021... Yes, 2021 is never 7, if I remember correctly, which I may not. Then this is pretty late, right? This is after 2017. So she's out there in the world somewhere. Filling that gap, right? Those are the adventures of Tsugumi Komachi in the the gap years, they don't know much about what she did. Yeah. You can't do that. If you do that, Minamo will. Minamo shakes her head back and forth. Without saying a word, she just kept shaking her head from side to side. Come on, let's go back to the hospital. Everyone's worried.
いや、もう戻らない。私は智也さんに会いに来たんだもん。
No, I won't go back. I came to see you, Tomoya-san. Why? You know what will happen to you if you do that.
分かってるよ。だから来たんじゃない。
I know, that's why I came here. You don't understand. Come on, let's go home. Or
なんで？約束は？
why? Did you promise?
夜の海、一緒に行くって約束したじゃない。
Promise to go to the sea together at night. Isn't the time for that, is it?
バイだよ。今だから言うんだよ。もう会えなくなっちゃうかもしれないんだよ。智也さんに会えなくなっちゃうんだよ。
Now's not the time. Now's not the time to say it. I won't be able to see you anymore, you know. I won't be able to see you anymore. I won't be able to see you anymore. Right, exactly. She was biting down hard. Large tears streaming down her cheeks. We don't know what she was biting down hard on because of the, But Ayaka.
みなもは智也さんと過ごしたこの1ヶ月が人生の中で一番幸せな時間だったよ。
Minamo, the months you spent with Minamo, Tomoya-san was the happiest time of my life, you know.
みなもも彩香ちゃんと同じように智也さんを恨んだりなんかしない。だって好きなんだもん。こんなに智也さんのことが好きなんだもん。
Just like Ayaka-san, Minamo doesn't hold a grudge against Tomoya-san. After all, I love you so much, Tomoya-san.
みなもの思い出の中には智也さんしかいないの。智也さんと一緒にいたいよ。最後の1秒は智也さんと一緒にいたいの。
Tomoya-san is the only one in everyone's memories. I want to be together with Tomoya-san. Oh, in Minamo's. Tomoya-san is the only one in Minamo's memories. I want to be together with Tomoya-san. I want to be with Tomoya-san for a second when I'm dismissed. I don't know what the last part means, but I want to be with you for every second of my life. Minamo, I carry Minamo on my back. Then she started walking Then I started walking toward the sea. Slowly, slowly. But I couldn't hold back. Unable to bear it any longer, I started running. Started running in a trance. Puts her puts her arms around me. Sorry, Minamo. I cannot be like you. She smiles in my ear. A deserted beach in the middle of the night. There is no one here. Just the two of us. I and Minamo, just the two of us. There is nothing but the sound of crashing waves. A pure blue space. We were lying face up on the beach, staring at the countless stars twinkling in the sky. Okay. Minamo, it is the sea at night. Look, Orion is shining. Winter is about to start. Aren't you cold? Minamo? Come on, the sky is turning white. It is almost dawn. It is almost dawn. A ray of light reached us from across the distant horizon. The dark blue sea changed its color from the part of the light that touched it to a light purple, then a transparent blue. Or so it should have been. But the sea didn't turn blue. Okay, I'm gonna... Oops. For the eyes closed version. One side of gold. Countless ginkgo leaves cover the surface of the sea endlessly without sinking. What's... It's all gold. Yeah, okay. Not one side of gold, all gold. Each and every one of those leaves was bathed in a new morning light that was about to be born. It was my whole body. They shone with their whole... Huh? Each and every fallen leaf was bathed in the new morning light that was about to be born. Its entire body reflected the light with all its might. A golden sea. The more the sun shone itself in front of us, the more gold it becomes. Tears spilled from my eyes. There's an endless stream of drops. This golden sea must be. Minamo, you drew it for me, didn't you? I caught that. Wow. I did not expect this to do... Like, the whole beginning of this recording session, I was not expecting this route to go that way. And that was probably my favorite route so far. Not probably, that definitely was. And it's not like she dies when you do her route. When you don't do her route, she dies, period. Oh, okay. Well, I don't know. That was good. I don't know why, but that was really good. Now, I haven't collected all these CGs, but probably can go back and do individual scenes with her. And in the trunk, and those might give us these extra CGs, because I haven't gotten this CG, for example. I'm waiting through the credits. The reason why there's no music playing is because the background music also meets the credit music. Okay, got this CG. And it's got a copyright claim me on the credit music as well. But it might just be, this will be the last time we meet, will be the credit, the track that's in the credit music, I presume. Now we know why she couldn't wait till the spring. Yeah, this scene makes sense now. We told her, why don't we just wait till the spring and have a cherry blossom party? Why are we doing a fallen leaf party? That doesn't exist. You've made that up. Well, it's because she would not live until the spring. And it's this foreshadowing that I didn't catch on to. Yeah, there's that in the title of that song in the credits. Theme. Okay. We haven't seen this CG in the game either. So maybe you could get that in the trunk as well. I just want to see all these CGs. That's why I'm waiting out these credits. At least the ones that show up in the credits. Looks like the credits are over. Oh, there's more. Okay, we got that one, because that's the ending. Okay. I'm going to end it here, but at some point, at the beginning of the next recording, I think I'll go back and do the bad choices and see how they work. But let's go through these again. So, anything new on Ayaka? No. UA? No. Still a lot of blanks with UA, which is really interesting. You'd think, well, some of them could come off from the after story, which probably has no CGs in that. Our memory's off pure, but if you look at Ayaka, this one here, I believe comes from pure, and it's listed first. It's instead of last. But something from UA early in the story shows up last under UA, which is interesting. It's just that this is like the last CG you get in her route, but then there's like more after that. That is so weird. And there's also that there would be something before the scene at the amusement park. But after this flashback and after the scene at the park, these 3 open spaces here is really interesting. Haven't done any of Shion's stuff yet. All of these, of course. Okay, we still have 4 from the trunk we have missing. Oh, one of them may actually come from the, like a bad choice perhaps in here. Like you might get these if you go to a movie or something. Why is there one more? Why is there one left? How? How is there an additional one? After story? Why are these separate? Okay. Haven't done hers yet. Anything to miss? We already seen these. Seen these. Seen these. Still blank. Seen those. Seen that. Well, nothing new in the miscellaneous. Okay. Odd. 4 endings. Yeah, we got the Minamo ending. It didn't give us anything more in the miscellaneous, the other category in the album, which is interesting. Okay. 102 out of 153 scenes, 73 out of 162 CGs, 21 out of 22 background musics. Okay, let's look at the scene list here. We have the trunk, which not, and then after the trunk we have, still not through the trunk, Kaoru stuff. Yeah, 77 and down is Kaoru. And Kaoru ends at 101. And then 107 starts Minamo. That's the Ochibami, right? Portrait from Memories, Ayaka's Memory, and then okay, time to get the translator back going here. Need to figure out what the name of this scene is. I want you to go on a date. Okay, then we have a blank set. Then we have Lovers Tokiyasu. For everyone's sake. Whoops. The Golden Sea. Okay, so we have a bunch of missing scenes in here. That's really interesting. That is really interesting. Maybe we could get them if we had a more complete playing of Minamo's route. Okay, so I guess we'll work on that next time then. I can't do it tonight. Okay. Try to get those missing scenes in the middle there. Might have to do. Probably gonna start all the way from the very beginning of the game and try to like get all of Minamo's stuff because there's a lot of stuff missing. We got the ending, but merely the ending, right? Not anything. Not all there is to get with Minamo. Okay. Cool. Well, let me count the endings here. Why is my controller not working in this context? Oh, there's only 11. Okay. So, one, we have Ayaka ending, and that's kind of like the bad ending. That's what happens if you try to get, whatever character you're trying to pursue, you fail, right? You get the Ayaka ending. Not that Ayaka's a bad person, it's just that her ending is not usually the one you're going for. Then we have the Yue Toru ending, which implies there's a different Ayaka ending. And looking at the album, it looks like that, not Ayaka, Yue ending. And looking at the album, that appears to be the case. So, probably more to Yue. Then we have a blank space, number 3, which I presume is the Shion ending, based on the order in which the characters are listed in the album menu. Then after that we have the Kaoru ending. Then we have a blank space, which is very interesting. Then we have it could be the Koyomi ending, but it's not the order they're listed in the order in which they are listed in the album menu. You see, it's getting more strange to me now. Why is it there are 3? Why is it indented like that? Is it just a style thing? It's starting to really bother me. It like suggests that there's another character in the upper right or something. You know what I mean? It's weird. Anyway, so I presume presume 5 is the Koyomi ending, then 6 is the Minamo ending. Then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 remaining. Now we do have something called after story, right? Now, if the after story is anything like the Yuka's route from Yuka's perspective thing, you get a Never 7. It only has one ending. You basically just read the after story, and by doing so, you get an ending for doing it. But it's only one. There isn't multiple possible endings. Pure, I think, was actually sold as a thing on its own piece of media separately. So it's actually so significant that it could potentially stand alone. So I'm thinking that Pure must have more than one ending. In fact, I know for certain it has choices in it. So I'd expect at least 2 from Pure, if not 3. Unless it's like you're choosing Ayaka or Yue, and that's where it's like, that's how you get 2, maybe? So going back to the clear list. That's 1 for the after story, and 2 for Pure. That leaves 2 slots unknown. One of which I would think is this additional Yue ending. There's like an additional Yue ending that we have that's possible. And that leaves 1 more slot. And that 1 more slot could just simply be explained by maybe Pure has 3 possible endings. There might be some weird twist, weird surprise in store. Anyway, if you watched all that, thank you for watching that. Ugh. Oof. And that's it, I guess.